Alright. New game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Uh-oh. Bienvenue au carnaval.
The Adventure of the Great Departure.
The little gears.
Oh, interesting.
Hey, we're starting, Amy. Oh, blessed be, I have been brought a cinnamon roll to christen the stream.
Solve those crimes, mystery boy.
I'll do it.
Okay. Vibration, screen flashes, subtitles. Interesting.
Screen flashes? Maybe we should turn those off?
It's fine, they're in every game.
Okay.
Okay. I assume this is Naruhodo. I still can't believe it. If anyone knows his personality, throw me a bone here. I don't know this boy. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? Wimp? Nervous wreck?
Fumbling moron?
Oh,
Very
no!
naive. Nervous.
You can be bailiff.
What?
He's not British.
He's British now, okay?
Oh, no, nothing.
Save your glares, murderer.
Yeah, turn yourself up a little more.
Che.
Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. I'm gonna pronounce a lot of Japanese things wrong. We're just gonna have to make our peace with that up front. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. Ooh. You can be sexy.
I guess that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's enough. He's not obliged. Fuck, it's starting out strong. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? This man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. I look like a lawyer. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given us his verdict on the case,
Ooh.
no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. I've got a sword. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Smile. Right, Ryunosuke?
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. There's no way I'm not playing this like he has a crush on this very handsome sword boy.
What are you apologizing to me for?
Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
There you go again, apologizing.
Ah, spelling apologizing with an S.
With an S.
This is a British localization, I see and hate.
Just like always. Though, I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, You didn't actually do it, did you?
Oh, and Civ, I can skip text. I can skip text in this game, which we couldn't do in Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Of course not.
Blessed be!
You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone.
Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high.
Oh, this is important since we have a lot of people who have never been here before. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. Do not subscribe to my Twitch. Do not give me bits. Twitch takes way too much of the money. Please, if you want to throw money at our stuff, please do it on my Patreon. That way I actually get your dollar and you get like dozens and dozens of hours of extra content. So, do that instead. You mean...
I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. It's Ryonosuke, isn't it? No, it's Ryu. Okay, alright.
Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Oh, okay. I didn't skip that. That just went.
Stop thinking out loud. It's not that impressive.
He doesn't have an internal monologue. Everything he says is out loud.
The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet.
You said
exactly the same thing. Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
That's gonna get hard to get used to.
Yeah. We'll figure it out. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. This is the voice I always use to audition for dubs as like normal boy or shonen man, and I never get cast for it because it's just a normal boring voice. So interesting to use it. Yes, that's when all this started. Oh my god, he's very cute.
He's very handsome.
I
Congratulations,
am Ryunosuke.
It's you.
Congratulations.
I'm looking at him, so my brain is like, he's talking.
Congratulations, Kazuma. Oh, I skipped that one.
I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court.
Oh god, wow. Okay. Let's do where is it? Reader? No. Gameplay. Wait time. Oh, that's an autoplay. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I was wondering if there was like a way to add a little bit of delay because it's a little too easy to double tap. There's a history button. What is it? Oh, wonderful.
Whoa.
Oh, so nice. Okay, great.
I love living in the future.
Amazing. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I can hear you.
It's what makes his hairband do that thing.
He just has a fan on the back of his head.
He's got one guy following him around with a little fan all day. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes.
The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too.
Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together.
If only it were that simple. This guy reads like the protagonist of like a young adult fiction where it's like, come with me.
English novel.
Yeah. He's definitely
Not
gonna
to do.
die.
Oh, yeah, he's dead as hell. Look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this.
See you in
See you in
English.
English class tomorrow then, partner.
Yep, my bad. He vanished. It was straight after that, unlike me. It was straight after that. Fuck. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. I don't know who this is. Asugi, may I have a word?
I will be the old man. Yes, obviously. Oh, I'm a professor.
Professor, I didn't know you were coming.
Oh, I've got a ball on me. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asugi.
It's a cuff.
Though I need to get used to the way it like pops up.
Oh, no, I do not want to autoplay. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
To His Excellency's chambers? Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result.
Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before.
Look at all the fucking judges in the background on the portraits. That's hilarious. I see. I'll go at once then.
It's obviously not gonna be me.
Yeah, okay.
I shall accompany you.
Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom.
Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Goodbye, soft girl.
Goodbye.
Dots. Oh, this is awkward, he said aloud.
If I may,
Yes, sorry?
you must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikitoba. I'm a professor of
Mikotoba.
One more time?
Mikotoba.
Mikotoba. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University.
Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. He says I always mispronounce it. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad.
Asugi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know.
Know what?
Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asugi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again.
What?
As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asugi may have chosen not to tell you.
He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing?
The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances.
I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer.
I'm sure that's true, since I'm the murderer. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Sorry, what do you mean? Ooh, this is cool music.
You'll soon understand once the proceedings get underway.
But then what should I do?
Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
Right, so...
As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. All right, everyone, who does crimes?
I do! Shit! I was set up! I do? But what will the question be? It turns out this is the world's worst and longest proposal.
I get it. I'll frame him for murder, but not really, because the guy's not actually dead. And then, yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good.
Sorry, the Chelsea who did the art for the video that just came out is like, I love that premiered in the middle of all the Morta Twy themes memes.
Oh.
But what will that question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you?
Of course not.
Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. But of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
This
They
is
were
it.
mean to me.
If it's like a fucking sweary game where like the screen effect, they were mean to me. I'll use my weird sweary powers to get back at them. This is it, Zach. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Oh. So this is the courtroom.
The Supreme Court of Judicature?
Sure, that sounds about right.
The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power.
I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? But why?
It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh.
You want to be judge or pain?
I will be judge.
Okay.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
Sorry, I'm messing with some sound balancing shit.
Oh, is his name pronounced Ouchie? It is. That's so stupid.
Ouchie pain! Alright.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for the final confirmation now.
Oh.
Who advocates...
This must be the question!
Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
This is it! This must be the question! Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do?
I do!
I'm gonna do it.
I do. He's self-advocating. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed.
Yes!
As a...
Yes!
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself!
You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikitoba told me everything just now before the trial.
He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
That's sad.
No, fuck. Go to history, damn it.
It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off?
No, I've never thought that. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikitoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself.
Good cover.
Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank.
I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Oh my god, his face!
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. You don't know what he did? Aren't you the prosecutor?
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I don't like that word, it's too hard to say. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job, bud.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
Judge is sneezy. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again?
Ryunosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well.
Hold on, Amy just told me how to pronounce it on the side. What is that? Judicature?
Judicature.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Okay, hold on. Gotta get my window back.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that. And the baby.
It's simple. Here, I'll hold your hand.
Thank you.
Stress on the cob.
Judicature. Okay, I had it right the first time I tried, the very first time. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. E! Oh, very, very late in verses, right. Okay.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna go and get rid of my plate and wash the cinnamon goop off my hands.
That's fine. We can skip the tutorial shit. Find details about the victims. He's a guy. Oh, yeah, I wonder who the murderer is.
John H. Wilson. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, we can prevent people. R is present. Interesting.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. What?
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
Oh, but I didn't do it.
This case is coming under
sorry.
great scrutiny.
I didn't know you were back. All right.
That's okay. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. But he's all I can think about.
Oh dear, look at the time. Sparkle, sparkle. Goodbye.
Bye.
Good idea, partner.
The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. British. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Weird. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency!
Good. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, I didn't catch the end of that, state before the court the cause of death?
The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was,
Ryunosuke.
You fucking clown.
Loss of blood.
Okay.
Remember that in court, every assertion or assertion must be backed by evidence.
By evidence, but there we can just... Yes! Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem
Dude, that shit's filled with kanji. Leave the kid alone.
Yeah, sorry, that's right. The post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
That's
More
bad!
trustworthy.
Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
Modern scientific evidence accepted into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Clonk. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us hear the something.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the
Pronounced
facts
auto.
of the case, without further Autobot, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
Oh, this is it then?
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikitoba?
Yes, clearly you're the defense... Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well...
I can be your assistant, is what he
I
said.
can... I'm Maya Fey.
Oh no. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has to be sticking... What?
Sticking
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Sticking your oar in someone's business is a very uncommon idiom.
He's been stirring the soup.
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of evidence is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Got him! Got him!
Guilty.
Oh, hello.
I feel like we're gonna be saying that a lot for this game.
Yeah, the character design is pretty spicy.
Witness!
I mean, look at this guy.
I'm ouchie! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh, perfect! He's me! He's just me! Great!
He's done for!
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
Oh, it's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me.
Well, it really, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
That's a word you also don't see very often.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring?
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
Bro, you're not gonna make it through this case. You're not gonna make it through today, dude.
Oh my god.
It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery.
Ow!
A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes! I did it! Oh, hold on! Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him!
Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But
The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
Yes. No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a ghost. There was a woman sitting opposite him at the table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still... What should I do? I'm gonna wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise.
But you can't always just follow the rules in life, you know.
I'm sorry, but that pose where he's leaning on his sword, it looks very editable, is what I'll say.
Yeah. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
All right, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection! Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw.
Osonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy?
No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
I don't believe it. Weird that they use commas instead of hyphens for that.
I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to.
Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume?
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Well, you're clearly very conscientious waiter.
Yes, I only season the food with a little tuberculosis. Thank you, sir.
Just enough to get the flavor.
Fun Civ fact for all the new people. Civ has had tuberculosis, which is still fucking wild to me.
It's just me, little wife Civvy.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Oh, well.
I only have one business card. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. If I don't have that, I'll forget my name. My fake name.
Of course. Here you are.
What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected up until now.
Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card is blah blah blah.
So, YMCA, the court is now at a precis of the case.
Precis.
Precis. I've never seen that word before.
I think it's because it's like precipice. Precis. I don't know. Weird words in this game. They're speaking old words. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today.
I'm just like kind of captivated by these like very drawn backgrounds. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Especially like this. You can really tell it's just painted there.
Yeah.
It looks pretty good. It meshes.
Look at the lawyer's badges on the desk.
Yeah?
Precis, according to Amy. Precis.
It
would seem we're looking at a black and white case here.
When you're a newborn baby and they're not sure if you're cis or trans yet.
Shut up. Defendant Naruto, shut the fuck up, please.
Yes, Your Excellency!
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court, but I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Well, if two witnesses were present, then yeah, he is lying that I'm the only other person there.
Yeah. What do you think? Oh, that's you.
Oh, was it? What do you think I should do, buddy boy?
For you, little buddy pal, anything. What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, friend-erino. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Oh, what the fuck? God damn it. All right.
You just said dots.
Dots. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba's said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary.
By
Are
whatever
you just going to-
means necessary.
Necessary! Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency! We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses! Then we'll see just how you got the evidence.
Nice landing.
I got it. Backflip! Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with the proceedings. What a funny fucking name.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Tonight I'll make the Titans disappear forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once!
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Which one do you want?
I will be the little old man.
All right.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Yes, sir. No, sir. Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon.
All right, so this guy's clearly wiggling, Civ, so I'm gonna need you to shake. Will you do?
Okay, and conduct my trade from Rosote, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Corekuta at your service. They can't do this. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
1-800, are you shaken?
Myself, I arbitrarily take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon.
Man, I don't think there's any series that has made the jump from 2D to 3D quite as well as Ace Attorney. Like,
It
they
is nuts, man.
they really fucking nailed it.
And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios, which I make my business.
I can't understand a word of what this guy's saying.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival.
Oh, I haven't been regular in a long time.
He seeks out potential, we don't need to know that, sir. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd rather be a seller than he gonna sell.
Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
I can't. This guy looks so much like something, and I can't fucking figure out what it is.
It's fucking J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, it's that, but it's also like the way his face is drawn specifically, like
Yeah.
the style.
Yeah.
I wish I could do it, J. Jonah Jameson.
Or what's the actor's name? Oh man, I should know this. He's really good.
Will would know.
Yeah,
always know.
it'll come to me, but yeah, I wish I could do his voice. Waluigi.
J.J.
J.J.
Simmons.
Simmons, thank you. All right.
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was...
Was that a baby? Did you hear that?
He's got a baby on his back.
He's carrying a baby, that's what that is!
Oh no!
It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said.
So, this is the decisive evidence that the prosecution was threatening?
Fuck.
The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yes.
Well, did you do it? Are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Clunk.
Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred.
Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir.
Stop yelling, your baby's upset. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
What? Oh, he just makes like a little old puttering Model T engine noise.
One of those little hula girls you got on your dash.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the little cowardly weasel. That's not right.
You got it, you made it work. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment.
How do I...
Yeah, the woman was in the front.
Yes and no. What is this pun? Yes.
It's yes
Oh,
sir,
yes,
no
yeah,
sir.
yes, no, sir. Okay, yes, sir, no, sir. All right.
You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
What times we...
Ah!
What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Is that really true? Chunosuke?
Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. So I shot him.
What? What's the big deal? Oh, your cursor's on screen, by the way.
Is it visible in chat? I thought I was...
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it on the screen share.
Yeah. It shouldn't be visible for chat.
That's fine.
I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang.
Incredible. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies... Oh my god, did Maggie shoot Mr. Burns?
God, I hope so.
Oh my god, Maggie shot Mr. Burns. There's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is? Oh, good.
Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
This is me, I forgot. So many men. Certainly the testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt.
Yes!
Therefore, it
Yes!
is...
I am guilty!
He just raises his hand.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination!
That's my boy.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. That Hachimaki? The Hachimaki.
Oh, okay. I was like, why is this comma there, or quotation mark? I didn't see it. Was alright.
The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection! The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination.
I love the way he reacts to Kazuma.
Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
Gulp! Kazuma's so commanding.
Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Blah,
Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, we gotta do it. It's a cross-examination. Yeah, do you wanna just do that and blow through?
Oh my god, he's so cute.
Alright. Oh, I love the games that. Oh my god, can I teleport? No, okay. It's firearms just charged. From the back. Then present. Should be this, right? Shot from the front, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes!
I really like him. He's like the fusion between Apollo and Phoenix.
Yeah.
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache?
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. Shit. There's a clear inconsistency here.
What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating! Sexy boyfriend will help.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain.
It feels like Edgeworth is on our side.
Yeah, what the hell? To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iasanosa.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
The statement... The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes! But no! That just can't be!
And why not, cadet?
Because...
Take a close look at the print! The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
I just met Mario pipe noise. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here.
Everyone in chat, baby!
Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the
Somebody in
moment...
chat says, "Eat a rat."
Oh my god.
Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly as fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak. Sir, what?
The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, is a father! Congratulations, sir!
Thank you, sir!
That's absurd! Why aren't I a father? Will nobody
No,
kiss
don't
ouchie pain?
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple.
Nobody.
No! There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Damn.
No!
Inconsistency seer. I read that as inconsistency sneer.
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
But
Ding, ding, ding.
But I definitely saw him! That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back!
But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor!
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment of the sun shot?
Ah, myself. I haven't already been quite clear.
Fucking Zelda NPC sound.
Oh! The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor collecting ants.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure.
Treasure?
Oh,
The holy Koban, my prize coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute.
in the hopes of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my holy treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Koban vanished.
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. I bonka my head under the table.
Ah, the rare Abanka maneuver.
Truly a deadly, deadly maneuver. You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed, I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
I ate it.
No, I bet that fucking baby stole it.
I see.
That damn baby. That lamentable day, the precious holy Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution.
Oh, shit.
Let
me...
Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive, no matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
What?
My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Oh, you're very handsome.
He's so handsome, it's not fair. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations.
Someone in chat,
I'd like to call my next witness a fucking wolf!
As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Hello.
Excuse me, but there's something, or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido.
I don't know, sir.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
Ido, tension. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Silly fucking game.
Literally already more charming than all of the investigation games put together.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
He almost Yoda speaks.
A little bit.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises and sneaks at the time confirmed there were no snakes, only personnel present.
Indeed, no snakes. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
It was at this period in Japan, during the Meiji Empire, where the Snake Accord was passed. At all times, you must mention whether or not a snake was present in the proceedings. For the Emperor had been bit by a snake and did not care for them.
It's Will. Hey, Will.
Hi.
Hi, Will. Do you wanna play along, or are you just here to chill?
I might chill for a little bit if you don't mind. I didn't realize it was starting a little earlier than I expected.
Yeah. All right. We were banking off of the video premiere. We've got 1,300 people in here right now.
Keep on going, cool cat.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Hold on, is that inconsistent as a reference? Because you...
That's...
Hold on, was that a radio thing? Can you make radio jokes? They had radios back then?
Radio's older than you'd think, but why is there a hype train? Don't, can I turn that off? Don't do that. Don't donate bits to me. Stop.
For people who weren't here earlier, don't donate bits or sub to Jello because Twitch eats them and you get nothing back. Go over to his Patreon if you want to support him.
Yeah, ignore that hype train. The hype train is stalled at the station. It's a ghost train. And
Michu, go away.
wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Yes, oh, no, that's a personal photo. This is the one I meant to hand to you. Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
That's because women weren't allowed to eat in the Meiji era.
It's true. They had to go outside and sun themselves.
Just photosynthesize. Yes, the women do not need food. They can go outside and open their mouths and filter feed our scraps from the air.
Certainly based on the appearance of this print.
Oh, shit.
It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
Someone is DMing me. Ah, okay. It's just my boyfriend who I love dearly. This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Carbonated water, wow.
Wow. Back then?
Yeah.
He exploded! He drank it, the bubbly pop, and he went boom!
I shook his hand too hard after he drank it. It came right out of him. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
She turned into water.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
You see, the waiter frequently dresses up as a woman to keep the good doctor company. It's a terrible secret they can't let out. The doctor was so lonely. But
You know what? That makes them happy, and that's okay.
Yeah. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time, after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ouchie, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Man, I milked that line for everything it was worth. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Which sounds like a Beyblade spin-off catchphrase.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
What?
If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kasuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
I'm a sad little boy.
Why does he have a sword? He can't have that.
Yeah, he can. He can do whatever he wants because he's cute.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't the firearm. Oh, I can press now.
You can do anything in the cute of law.
Pointing his gun at the foreign man. Okay. Furthermore, only personnel present. Maybe she worked there. Indeed.
Yeah.
He alone was the only person. I feel like I probably have to press, because they would, if it's a tutorial, the first one they'd want to show how you present, and then the second one would be a press.
Yeah.
Okay, let's, oh, okay, I went backwards. Yeah, alright, they're gonna say press. I can't get over that pose. No, 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 no.
The forest is whispering.
Check something real quick.
Ooh. Weather might get a bit stormy tonight.
Ooh. Okay.
Yes! I thought you were underground or whatever.
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I shot him. I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang, I shot him. A gunshot rang in my ears.
All of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry, what do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor. On the floor.
unpredictable events life is. What do you mean? I stabbed you. Gotcha.
Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the colaban from the floor, and I find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. I now owe the Yakuza money. And anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, because you were down there scuttling about too, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Okay, this could be pressworthy. Yes. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Objection! As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I grow up. Oh shit, I see. Here. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
No, what is that, Counsel?
It is a pocket. It is a medical report card, Your Excellency.
F. He got an F, he's dead.
For feeling healthy before shot.
Unfortunately, I got an A for I am dead. An A.
Ouchie.
Yeah, an A for ouchie.
It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
At a clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question.
Ugh, I think that's an obtuse reference to that awful hottie clinic in AA2.
19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m.
Can Will
very
voice
day
Kazuma? Someone horny.
I mean, if you want me to, I
You
can
get the
pop
one
it.
you want, don't matter me.
You're more than welcome to join in, but like you don't have to force yourself if you just want to
Yeah.
zone out.
Oh, I had just taken a nap from work, but now I feel like I'm a little more awake, so I can be Kazuma for horny people.
I would have assigned you the judge, but if the horny people.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke?
You've never gotten to voice a normal person in this series, have you?
No, I'm normally some sort of psychopath or a golem.
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke, right. Hey, well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Should I ask for Dr. Yeah, yes. Yes! I love his hand raise animation.
He's so cute.
I really
This is
like.
already really charming.
Oh yeah, this is immediately better than the last couple games we played. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? Got him. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Oh, that's me. Objection! Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
I thought you were gonna say something along the lines of, "You have no right to beg for anything."
Die, dog! Alright, this is me. Sorry, I was reading chat. Look at those funny little people. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing. Hang on, I'm gonna save this. This is funny.
This feels like it could
Hold on,
be
I'm gonna
useful
trigger my
later.
cat for a second.
It's a surprise tool that'll help us later. All right, put that in. Pictures, reaction images. Youngsters.
Damn youngsters.
Yeah.
Youngsters.
Thinking they got
these-
rights and shit.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. He failed.
What we need right now is new clues.
Can you lean into the mic a bit, Will?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, you
We
look
have to
quiet.
explore. Yeah, we have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you.
Now that you're closer to the mic.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you, what? It's the day after the festival already. I'm sure that's some Japanese idiom. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakota-san.
Just so you know, my lights are flickering a little bit, so if I die, that's what happened.
Oh, I didn't want to. Oh, oops. All right. I want to look at my court record. Can I? Oh, okay. I assumed I'd be able to investigate it, but I guess not. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
Dots.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, no Oxford comma, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget, I thought that was a videotape out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, what? The incontestable evidence of this VHS tape from the future. As can clearly be seen,
Wait a minute, this report card says that if he eats a steak, he's got a steak allergy and his chest will explode.
there is only a
Hold on,
single
I gotta let Al out.
beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. I would be very familiar with the concept.
No.
Long ellipsis. The antique stealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Cool.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bow. All right.
Why aren't you telling the truth? Me in court.
What?
Hey, man!
What did you say, cadet?
I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table. A woman from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
She blew them a kiss and said, "Don't tell anyone you saw me here."
I'm just a little Georgia peach wandering around Tokyo.
Don't mind me. I'm just here for the ye old cosplay.
Jesus Christ.
This is you, Sid.
Oh, this is me again. I was making jokes. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruto, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
Remember that dying handsome man from earlier?
I do.
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely! In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof! Show me her juices!
that she you know what? I can't explain.
Juices. She leaves in a trail behind her like some sort of feminine slug.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. But I said it, and it was like, I feel like my friends would kind of extrapolate to that. But just the words "show me her woman juices" alone, I was like, I don't know if I want to dig this hole deeper or explain.
Look, the sucker print she left behind on the victim's face. It's just a kiss mark with lipstick.
Ah! Her face tentacle! The most dangerous part of a woman.
And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Uh-oh.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence.
Oops.
So, perhaps we should examine it a little more detail.
How exactly? By reading it, you clown. Alright, yeah, we don't need to.
You'll notice that some pieces of information can be read or wiggle.
Explain both of those things to me now.
Well, I was about to have him like lean in. I'll show you.
Okay. Right now? There's no better time. Pick up this piece of paper. Oh my god. Alright, come on, guys. So partner. Yeah.
What's that?
Okay. Fail, 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 fail.
Those are women kissy marks.
Oh, we're 2D now.
Oh, that's cool. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day of the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia.
Oof, I would not want to be conscious to get a tooth removed. Extraction of molar. You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Ain't that the Russian princess? Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
The art style! Ah!
There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effect is passed.
Really?
He had a fucking steak?
I think he just
Sounds
choked.
like information.
Oh! You know
Sounds
what?
like- Yeah.
It wasn't his meal. He wasn't sitting there eating the meal, it was the lady.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, good point. Let's just zoop past this and get things moving. Okay. Ba-doop. Ba-doop. Oh.
Oh my god, the baby's little boiling.
He was dining all by himself. Do they explicitly say there's only one meal?
In the photograph, they do.
Interesting. Okay, that's really weird. Maybe, there's like the arrow to the left and the arrow to the right. And most things on here I can actually click, like the history and court record buttons, I can interact with them with my cursor. But I think I might have to, do the arrow keys work? Yes, the arrow keys do work, but the cursor does not. Okay, good to know. Probably this one, right? Fuck. Probably this one, right? Because I'll try it. You can right-click to go back a statement. That's nice.
So, would you, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's this. Yes! And the music stopped, so. I love him. Well, I think...
What are you twittering online to call yourself lawyer?
I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
Ryunosuke,
Yes?
everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
Thanks, Kazuma. puts a hand on his shoulder. cuts back.
He's just like, why is it so windy near you? Oh, that's just... I'll tell you some other time. Looks away dramatically as doves fly away.
Tears fly into the air out of his eyes, sparkling.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
All right. And thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy?
Well, that's because one of your eyes is open, but the other is closed.
I actually see through the closed one. Strange little thing.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yes.
Comparing what...
There is no escape from my paralysis demons at night.
Yikes.
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement... God, that's so funny! Something clearly doesn't add up!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel!
But...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's...
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further.
Hello, Austin. Welcome to the call.
Oh god, you are distant and quiet.
This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is... Okay.
I'm assertive now.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst hath petrified me, boy! Seriously! My legs down are stone! I will never be able to continue the ouchie lineage!
These actions have undone future events in Ace Attorney. Oh, hello, Austin's.
Prophecy has been unraveled.
Hello, Austin's air conditioner.
Ah, damn it.
Thank you. Perhaps because the Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Still there. I think you're gonna have to be pushed to talk.
Shit. A dental clinic?
I'll fix it.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted?
I know about teeth.
What's this now?
And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating...
Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? As a military man, orders are meaningless to me.
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Korekuta-san,
What, boy? What?
as you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Oh hey, he's got the sound effect now. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know now, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Expertly done, partner.
Oh my god. I was literally just telling Will, I was like, I literally can't get through a game stream without making jokes about two boys being a couple.
I mean, come on.
maybe it's just that every game I play is MLM. That's just what it is.
This is like super, super gay though. like without even looking into it.
Yeah.
What is this nonsense, you little upstart?
Dots.
These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. A stake. You're a murderer. You can clearly see
Eat steak?
The only stake there is a mistake, ouchie.
Ah! It just explodes.
Nice one, partner.
You can clearly. Oh shit.
You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
That's you.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned.
Look up.
Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
I don't want to be party to that. Yes, most definitely.
So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who the fuck eating that? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Bones! Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Me! It's the woman. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes! You're right, I'm sorry! There was! Because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage,
I'll kill you all.
We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly.
Kazuma?
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Oh, he is a great boyfriend.
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand!
Austin, do you want to take over this soldier?
Yeah, I'll take the soldier.
He's just J.J. Simmons.
What are you talking about?
Oops, sorry.
We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury.
Perjury? What's that?
And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit in murder? No!
Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Did you say you never saw the gentlewoman is what they, told us? Oh.
What? What did you just say? It's so hard for me every time. I keep falling over it. Korekuta-san!
Oh, no.
This is my wife!
She's in here. She's a fairy. She's so small.
You were just following orders.
Now, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean...
Me?
You saw the victim with a lady from overseas.
What? Objection! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Order! Order! Council, explain what is going on here.
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well, oh,
It's classified!
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't! This can't be happening!
Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it.
Because, I mean, look at that guy.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
That is 3 of the same thing.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
did that Georgia Peach really tell them to shut the fuck up?
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations.
I hope that Georgia Peach wasn't Irene Adler, otherwise there was a snake in this trial.
Oh no, not that dang old speckled band.
I fucking hate that story.
Yeah.
Evidence that proves whoever it was really, did wield this or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly...
Remember how we made progress before?
Before?
No spoilers in chat.
Yeah, no spoilers in chat, please. We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. Give me answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head.
God!
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses,
About the victim.
My mom's calling. I'll be back.
Okay, tell her I said hi.
Yeah, I guess it could be the victim since he's
Yeah.
British.
You know what? You know what? I bet it's a thing of he knew her and knew she would get blamed for it.
Okay.
So we wanted to protect her. So maybe he said it like with his dying breath, like, "Don't tell them about my sweet young thing."
Chat says re-examine evidence. Okay. I didn't realize I could do that. Can I? I don't think I can. Usually I'm able to do it with a button down here, but it's not here. I can't, there's a trapdoor in the stick. You waited too long? What do you mean I waited too long? What? That's bullshit. Ordinarily, you can at any time. I have no idea then. Once you're out of this press
R to evidence? Oh, well, no.
No, that's present. That will be my choice. You can check at the present screen with R. I super can't, you guys. All right. This is the funniest thing to say if I'm wrong, so I'm doing this one. Yes! That was R. Yeah, whatever.
Fucking stupid.
Alright, that's some horse shit right there, fellas. Okay, it's obviously the business card. Which will...
Flip it around, Gumshoe.
Chief
I
Inspector.
can't read.
Chief Inspector, okay. Alright, so it was the waiter. Very dumb.
I can't wait to see the waiters freak out where blood just spews out of his face at like 500 miles an hour.
Man, that's very rude that they wouldn't let you look at your evidence at the same time.
That's kind of stanky of him.
It's extra stanky because literally, previously I was able to swap between those two menus, so they purposefully disabled that ability. Yes! Which means they had to do extra coding for worse design. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san!
Hosonaga-san! The waiter who took the stand earlier. The man who can barely stand on his own 2 feet.
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to give these witnesses false testimony?
Well, he has the word Naga in his name, and that's a snake.
Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not... What? That even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
I guess I'll be him, since Will's gone.
Okay.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
If he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. It's proven by the evidence is real. Okay. I mean, it's this one, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Flip.
You need to click the back. What do you mean I need to click the back? Why are you all screaming at me?
Everybody relax.
Oh, okay. We have to update this. Alright. No, that's fine, because that's mechanically stupid, so I'm glad they told me that, because I would have presented it and been like, why is that wrong? I would never have bothered with that, since it shows you the rollover. Alright.
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great detail of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said the front?
I haven't invented turning yet, young man. You'll need to help me.
That's okay, I wouldn't have figured it out either, honestly. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is!
Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card.
What an idiot. Right?
The front... Yeah, that's like the dumbest shit you could do. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession.
The waiter's profession, but that's surely waiting... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the stand... Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well,
So that's probably the waiter. Hello. Inspector Hosonaga! I'm Simon Blackwill's ancestor. I was worried something like this may happen.
The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
I remember.
Yeah, no shit, bro.
Maybe I should have sketched that on anything else.
A napkin, mayhaps?
If
Yeah,
only
what
I
the
was
fuck?
carrying a towel.
Alright. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
No.
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover?
But there wasn't
Yes.
a bed anywhere.
Yes, like this. Puts the napkin on his head.
Where did he go?
The
I have
baby
this-
is also like, oh.
Yeah.
Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents?
Bad food.
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide.
Doubt.
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We've just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Oh. He's filled with jam.
Correct,
Yeah.
Your Excellency. The crimes have been all those little jam packets on the tables have been disappearing. Who could be eating them?
No.
His cheeks just puffed up like a chipmunk.
Unbelievable!
As I suspected.
Ow!
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Special orders? You mean to say,
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interests not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
Someone in chat, God, if this woman was the queen.
Right?
But it's not right! That's...
Gods.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman.
What?
You're a shrewd
My
man.
God, the little old man.
Ooh, my wife's trying to get out of the bottle.
I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
Elizabeth the First. The English Okay.
God.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying the research laboratory at Ume University's medical facility, or faculty.
What is happening here?
it's Miss Jassa Britt?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies.
Man, I love gray streaks of hair in otherwise not
Yeah.
gray hair.
Yeah, it's fancy.
It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. I don't wanna.
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. I'm gonna go home. Thus far, the cases presented to the court have been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, that this premise is false. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection! But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Oh, you're a good judge. Yay.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes, sir?
you will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency.
At once, your excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
Oh, bro.
Oh, I thought he was about to fall over.
Nothing will get in my way.
Oh.
Oh.
Gross.
Just falls over. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Bonk.
Kay makes a
do wish-
cameo in this game as the gavel stand.
I have enjoyed what we've just done far more than literally anything else we've done with this series.
I'm glad
Yeah.
that, I'm glad to see you in like I swore Ace Attorney can be good. We just played all of the bad ones in rapid succession. Except Justice for All,
it's-
which I think is pretty
It's
bad.
not a kangaroo court. People are competent. We're not like fucking around. Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
My heart was in my mouth the entire time. Boom, 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 boom.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes were popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it! That's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Let's kiss.
Mwah. Let's see where that heart is. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last.
My heart is wherever you are, buddy.
No!
Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. Oh, right, and they don't put periods after, like, honorifics.
Yeah,
like
that's
Mr.
weird.
They did that in the Layton game, too, and it's, like, so strange to me. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
Someone in chat, let's take off our shirts and kiss. I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. I just sometimes forget to click it, so the game knows that I saw it already.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that?
Oh, thank you for the bits. Don't donate them. No, I didn't see any of it. Support me on Patreon. Don't do bits. Don't do subs.
How am I supposed to cut a steak with this?
Bang, 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 bang. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Ow! Oh, shit. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. I think this is the professor.
Ah, there you are. This could be Austin, if he wants.
Hello. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Professor Mikotoba.
I'm going outside to filter feed.
I'm quite hungry.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
It's still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways.
What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Saying he's a really good dude.
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma!
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth.
Mikotoba keeps talking to him, but Naruhodo locks eyes with Kazuma and just like, just go, I want to blah 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 blah.
Well, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Nope.
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. So you need to go in there with a sword!
And challenge him to a duel. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. but I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
I hope that... Thank you! I hope that this woman is, like, a recurring antagonist and a central character, because Ace Attorney games where the main antagonist is a woman are the best Ace Attorney games. And I can't say which ones that they are.
I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them.
Man, I love you. You're definitely gonna die.
You-
You're way too great to not die.
Kazuma,
One.
thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd have already been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. Wah, 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 wah. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad.
That's the kind of true friend he is. You know what would almost be more interesting is if he didn't die, but like he did lose his ability to go overseas, and so the reason Ryunosuke does it instead is like because he didn't get to, and he's like, I took that opportunity from him, so I need to learn to be a lawyer now. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Sugimoto be like, whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose.
All right then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. I want more meat.
Everything.
Give me meat.
Me too.
Young men, please! We're in court!
I know.
Yeah.
Go to
Friend
the-
zoned again.
Here, real quick, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay. How you doing, chat? No spoilers.
Yep, no spoilers, please. Dun dun.
I'm hungry.
Well, you should get some food.
I'm busy though. I can't make food.
I guess. You can always ask Yam to help.
Maybe.
My sister, we've been selling Pokemon cards because we have like an assload of them, and my mom was nice enough to handle it for me because she's actually has the cards and whatnot, and she sold 4 of my Pokemon cards to this guy for about $1,100, which was great.
Woo!
Yeah, but my sister went after me today to go sell some Pokemon cards, and she got like $1,800.
Jesus Christ.
Yo!
And she's like, I'm gonna give you a couple of the dollars because I feel like you opened the door to show how good of quality our cards are, so that he was more willing to bring more cash the next time to buy more cards. So she sent me some extra money. I was like, that's super sweet. You didn't have to do that at all, but I really appreciate that.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I'm so glad your sister's nice to you now.
Yeah, I had a huge down payment of her being mean to me for like I think I've mentioned this before. It was like years, like literally until she was like 22. Did she like? No, I was 22 when she was finally like, "Hey, I've been mean to you, haven't I?" And she's like, and I'm like, "Yeah, you have." And she's like, "I need to fix that. I'm sorry." And ever since, she's been super nice.
Welcome back, Jello.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation found... what?
Flounders.
Was there an L there? Am I crazy? I swore there wasn't. No, I was right.
Oh!
Ooh.
All right.
Well, here's your
Damn.
apple gang.
Ugh, the worst game in the franchise.
Shit game.
Why are we even playing this fucking game? Get me investigations again. Jesus Christ.
Where's Investigations 3? I want to have an awful time.
That game had plenty of L's. Why couldn't they put one here?
Lord.
Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Oh, fuck.
God.
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over foreign governments' opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie! You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering, that's an interesting way to spell that word, is what will secure our futures.
Maneuvering.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. What do you want to be, America?
Look, we're going to learn all sorts of great things from the British, like imperialism, and everybody will love that.
Uh-oh.
Well, well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
I think Japan's already dipped its toe in imperialism at this point. They are an empire right now.
Little brats!
Thank you, Council.
Like, I'm pretty sure they've fucked up invading Korea like 3 times by this point.
This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of the truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Ow! Your Excellency!
There's a knife sticking out of his back.
Oh, it's her!
Ooh, hello!
My God.
Oh!
Oh, that goose to come to life and like start squawking at people.
Oh, what a game to be bisexual playing.
Right?
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Ooh, you're so exotic.
Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Is that true?
No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga.
Where'd your brain go, buddy?
I have been working. No.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it is always ladies first. Hello, Aram.
Hello.
All right.
Oh, Aram, you can take over the judge to save my life. Oh, for God's sake.
And do.
More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
I'm sorry, I'm just not that interested in women. Take a hint. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
I should have known it would be this fucker in the first case. Murderer. And my occupation is flight attendant.
Oh, she's speaking.
I mean, it's written the same way.
It is.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but
You're welcome, Amy.
What?
That hellish language that they're speaking.
Well, if Giselle doesn't get to talk, Civ, did you want to keep the judge and Aram can take this guy?
No, I need a break from the judge. I'm
Okay.
fine with blah, blah, blah.
All right. All right. The lady
Her
says
hair is a bunch of barrels.
Do a herald roll. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty. Oh, well, I gotta give one of these fucks to Aram. Aram, which would you like?
My, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
Aram, have you played this game before or no?
No!
Ooh, great, we're all blind.
I don't know. I know literally nothing about this except that they swapped Sherlock Holmes' name.
So, this is ouchie!
Oh, that's funny. That's just the actual Japanese name for pain in the first place.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
I like this guy's constantly flowing Ryu Street Fighter headband.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all in love with him.
Yes, I agree. So we're convinced he's gonna die. Gonna die a fae. He'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma, when you live and get to go there. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
Oh, thanks, beautiful lady, for taking the stand.
He's a pretty upstanding judge.
Oh, all right. I won't be so debossed. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?
She says,
Yes.
this could take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese?
In Gaijin.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape.
Who is she presenting shit to if she can't speak Japanese? I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well, oh, that's you now.
Well, now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print?
Luckily, I think this game will be good enough that we won't be making very many jokes, and I won't want to cut it down into videos, which is very liberating, I have to say.
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
He called you ugly. God, I hope she gets to talk English a little bit. I want to hear Sib's take on this lady.
She is!
Yeah, okay, shut up. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Well,
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
oh, are we the accused also?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Order! Order in court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
The English.
There?
Those swamp demons.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please.
Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
I have to, like, physically lift my finger off the mouse to blubber my lip. Civ, do you want me to read this, or when he's quoting her, do you want to read for it?
I want you to do an impression of her.
Okay.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Which I don't have.
She lifts the rim of her hat. There's just, like, static underneath it where her eyes should be.
God.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
She's very pretty.
Yeah.
Yes! I did it! No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
I love Dahlia Hawthorne.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke.
So I don't think anyone but Civ was around to see it, but the way he gets into this pose really looks like,
yeah.
It really looks like he's just slowly swinging a huge dick around and then leaning on it.
I was watching before I came in.
Okay.
You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
Oh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however.
Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Really. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a What? There is everywhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm, my good man.
The goose lifts its wing and there's a gun inside.
I was just imagining the goose opens its mouth and bullets stream out.
The goose unfurls its wing like the
English engineering.
The goose unfurls its wings like the merchant from RE4. What are you buying, stranger? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun.
Oh, the woes of an old English lady. No pockets about to put her belongings.
Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Oh, that's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it!
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
You know Ryunosuke had literally no sexual...
for a different situation altogether.
You know he had literally no sexual intent in there because he's Ryunosuke.
Yeah.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up! There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart.
Evil.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. I'm that.
I just realized, should we give Austin judge so that he's got a person too?
Sure.
That's fine by me.
Oh, yeah, right. His guy got subbed out. I had arranged to meet. Okay. Professor was unable to eat. Okay, they got into a fierce argument. We didn't. I'm gonna press this one first, though.
Yes.
Why is his thing yes?
Yes! Hi! Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! Shut up.
And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but I never get tired of that. That's so fucking cute and
So
clever.
I'm wondering if it wasn't a gunshot and it was the sparkling water being popped.
God, that's very funny. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes! There was someone much closer to this. Okay, fine, all right.
Do you dirty, rotten scoundrel?
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy!
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense!
The lady is merely stating what she saw. The wrong Aram character.
Her fucking mask smiles too and shit. That's funny.
Okay, she doesn't carry a gun. Yes. Big doubt. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it?
Love
yes.
the squishy eyes.
Yeah, he's got great portraits. Or whatever, I guess model animations. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just...
'Cause she dropped it!
You just asked her?
Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector.
No. Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
This is how cops were in like the 70s if you watch any true crime thing.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
This is how cops are in the 1870s. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence.
Ugh. Oh, shit. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give the presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave.
Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there.
Oh, no, I guess we didn't. We're just reiterating it. Not to get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Like a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up.
So I'm assuming this lady is like connected to the British government or something, and that's why.
Probably,
okay.
yeah. The theme of this game seems to be the international political relations between Japan and Britain in the Meiji Empire and how that's swaying court cases.
You could at least
He's dead.
Who killed him?
So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie!
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform.
I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons.
Yeah, but you don't wear it as well.
Yeah.
It's
well,
true.
anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over.
Okay.
Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room.
Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. Alright,
first thing to do
just
is
talking about just telling me to press.
This is how you play the game.
I'm gonna play the game.
You've been a bottom all your life. Time to be a top.
What?
Get over here.
Wait, hold on. Go back to the first one.
Oh, right. I gotta use the arrow keys. Or WASD.
The professor... Okay, wait. I had arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Okay, the next one. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. I feel like the fact that they had a meeting scheduled for lunch that day at all seems off because he had the appointment.
This, without knowing any of the evidence or anything related to this...
I think I gotta press.
Yeah, based on what they're saying, if he was like, the opening will present itself, so I imagine this is gonna be one of those press, get a new statement, and that's the statement that you have evidence against.
Yeah. Okay. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor.
Did not hit him.
I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku English. Jesus Christ. That reads okay in text, but boy, it doesn't feel good saying it out loud.
I saw that and I was like, I see that the game is conspiring to make Aram look shitty on stream. Yes, Aram, why don't you take one of these characters from me?
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, hmm?
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony.
Yeah, I think... Go ahead.
Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat.
That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it?
Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. Oh, shit. Next time when you get up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Yeah, that's her shitty face. Okay.
So my guess is one of these first two innocuous statements that's just like, I was having lunch, I ordered steak, will turn out to turn into something when you press it.
Okay. Sorry, I keep forgetting I have to use WASD to go backwards or right click. Because it's got the blinking arrow on the left, so every time I click it, I'm like, oh, why didn't it work?
Bum, 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 bum. This is also a good soundtrack.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for all the problems with the Layton game, it did have a fucking bomb-ass soundtrack.
I love the...
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? Okay.
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? I also speak French. Oh!
You're thinking of Spain.
No.
Oh yeah, that actually was you.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together.
But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yeah, oh fuck. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is!
Hey, I wonder what country translated this localization. Let me look it up. Oh.
You don't need to. Look at all the superfluous U's.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yeah, in America, his name is just Chasma.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Superfluous U's is the name of my band.
Yeah.
Yes! I don't know why it's yes. He was unable
Well, because he's not a real prosecutor yet.
Neutral objection! Neutral statement! And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hota clinic, right? That's right.
You're supposed to actually check in with the witness before answering.
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean...
It was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident.
You should date me!
Have no fear, my lady. Tips top knot. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all.
That's right. Other than some... Oh no, I hope Civ's wrong. Other than some carbonated water. Gross! Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each.
Huh. They each raised a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's pretty meaning this is the first case, so you always say yes to that. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case!
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right.
It really is like having Edgeworth on our
bought you some
team.
time.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Oh, I thought Aram just improvised that line.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly. What is this? That's French. Whatever.
Gladly, she said. Oh,
He was
Europeans
drinking
are...
LaCroix.
These white people are all the same. I'm Ryunosuke! That was brilliant, Kazuma! I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Hmm?
He's just like leaning back on the sword itself.
I ordered a beef steak and a carbonated water. I assume Civ is right, and I have to... Is there like a gunshot? How do I...
There's the picture of the table, which I think only has one glass,
Maybe the
doesn't
fork
it?
is missing or something, or there's an inconsistency between the photos.
Let's take a look. Okay, it's... What is this? Space is examined, okay.
Water's empty. Water's empty in that picture.
Okay. Why would that be a contradiction, though?
Because in the other photograph, before as it was left, there's still stuff in the water. I mean, there's still water in the cup.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Well,
Also, there's only one glass on the table. There
yeah,
should be
only
two,
one
if
person.
they
Yeah,
were
there should be
satisfied.
the flowers.
I think you noticed something like 2 steps ahead. Yeah, let's do this, because there's only one.
Yes! I mean, no, sorry.
That's it!
You know, Stan looks at the player like, what the fuck, dude?
Why did you... Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
That is correct.
The lady says. Well, that is... It's odd! Very odd!
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
You're gonna leave me alone, okay?
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers!
The kanpai!
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water.
They shared it, just one. They both went ting
But
on
as
the
you
side
can
of
see,
it.
there's no sign of sound waves in this photograph at all.
Egad, he's right.
You're right, we'll have to... If we use the VHS, we can lure the killer to the court.
Oh my god.
But if that's true... There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Shut the fuck up. Be nice to my boyfriend.
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
I am hiding it under my hat.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. She's hiding the glass under her dress, much like a gun! Or are you trying to tell me that you can clink with only 1? Show me! Show me the solo clink!
Defense, what is the sound of 1 hand clapping?
We clinked the glass with the gun just before you shot him.
I was drinking out of the barrel. Show me the clink! Well, alright, if you want to be guilty that badly. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
She threw 1 at another man's head.
She can definitely understand Japanese, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow,
Oh, yeah.
sure.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
I don't know. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It's... I've forgotten how to do a British accent. Can someone do
It was all so terrifying.
All right.
I don't think
It
that's
was
the
all
one
so
you're after.
terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all.
She's saying.
Gracious.
Sorry.
Bitch.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd!
Oh, really? Bitch. So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of...
Mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. With her toes.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
A gun-sized handbag.
Sorry, I mistranslated that. In a small handgun. Wait, no!
Bag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Was that your read?
Oh, fuck, I'm sorry. Oh, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing.
There's the ace attorney I know.
No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation
Did
as
she?
to why she removed the glass.
No, she didn't.
I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case.
Everyone in
Counsel
chat.
for the
Logic
defense,
chess!
Are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that this has some deeper meaning.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance there, it's the handbag.
Yeah.
Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up.
To shreds, you say?
It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
What are these things? She just bounce things? Let me see. A while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pocket. I can't do the accent. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Come on, man. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
Is that how that's pronounced?
Yeah.
Really?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga! I'm Hay. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Just, you were too loud for Discord. It just ate you.
It was.
No! What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
This character feels like he would have a bunch of, like, Tumblr blogs that's, like, Kazuma encouragement or whatever. Do you think so, Kazuma?
Disgusting!
Well,
Got that tuberculosis.
what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Yes.
It's almost time for me to feed again.
As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about.
The gun!
This photographic print. It's just like a clear... Oh, hello.
What kind of fucking stupid bag is that, bitch? You couldn't even carry a pen.
You couldn't carry a fucking tune in that bag.
Oh, he burnt his hand on the skillet.
Skillet? I think that's like a tattoo or a
Tattoo?
No, if you look at the skillet, there's like a bowl sort of shape on it.
Skillet. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
You can see right through to what's inside.
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Oh, sorry, I almost fainted there. Thank you for helping to
His
prove...
little smile.
Yeah,
I hate that this guy's a bad guy.
I'm not convinced he is,
He is.
actually. I think he might just be a neutral police... I mean, he's a policeman, so obviously he's a bad guy.
Yeah,
But...
Couldn't there also be evidence in the fact that the gun that Ryunosuke was holding wouldn't be missing any bullets?
I don't know
From
if they
being
had
fired?
that kind of forensic shit back then.
It's a revolver. Like,
Yeah.
you could clearly see if a bullet had been fired or not.
You're
I
crazy,
really love
Will.
this comment in chat that said old-timey Ita bag.
Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. I love their aesthetic together of, like, evil
very
butler.
nice.
Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once.
Certainly, Your Excellency. Okay.
Tink.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
I don't think I've had long enough yet, since we just discovered a random piece of evidence they hadn't
I think
shown.
you've had long enough to counsel the witness. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Real quick, since the game fucked me on this before, I'm gonna look at the new evidence now. Okay. Oh.
My God, he was a bull the entire time.
Flowery.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what Civ was talking about.
Oh.
Which might imply that he was sitting on the side with the steak and therefore he was eating, which contradicts what we thought.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or he reached over to get something.
Unfortunately,
he might have reached over to get something.
Indeed.
Since the second person eating the meal was a woman, she just filter fed and did not need to order food.
And there is only one
Ate food for her.
that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start.
Oh no!
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it?
Guilty.
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice.
I like how his face changes as he moves the fan across.
A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little...
Yes! Guilty! Wait! Your Excellency!
Ryunosuke?
I don't think... I didn't read it.
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes! You're right! I'm sorry! Oh, I've got a little arm thingy. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Why do you have to make me sound old?
I'm not good at doing the voices, I'm sorry. Now that... Well, now the wind is out of my sails. Kazuma, can I borrow some of yours?
He gives him a kiss and just blows in his mouth there. The wind's back.
He blew in my mouth. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print.
Look at this photograph!
Look at this photograph. The defense makes me laugh. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
Why does it matter? I'm about to get the guilty verdict.
Because I want to go to England.
Oh, you're fucked, man.
I understand your objection, counsel. If I were losing my case, I would do that too. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag that is occupying one half of the photo. And if we were to look at the other half, why, it's clearly nothing.
Yes! I am desperate! But this isn't a wheeze! There's something... There's something about this photograph which... This isn't a wheeze! There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it, or maybe my wrist.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
I'm guilty! Wait, shit.
All right, done. Let's go.
Oh.
But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here,
Bro,
the
that's the
trial will
size of
be
your head.
over with immediate effect.
That is a huge... That's not a gavel. That's straight up a mallet.
This is a warhammer.
I...
Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where you see
things.
Look, a hand! Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist?
Ain't that our friend who likes to stream video games?
Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it while he was performing post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
You're right, I give up.
Look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn, no matter how much I want to.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prize.
I think it is just pronounced pry. I think that's just a weird.
No, it's prize.
Really? Oh,
Yep.
Prize the shutting door back open again.
Why'd you say it like that?
Just
I don't know.
give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had the evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it?
Would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the cat. All right, come on, guys. Thank you for making my bandana blow. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that, yeah, we get it.
So then, the defense will now lie.
Goodbye. Just in case I need to examine it and point this out first. Can I? No, there's not even a way to do it. I'm like so worried now.
Yeah.
That's fair.
What's this, Council? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention, don't you? Anyway, I'll go to jail now. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Oh, hurry up, rookie. What are you even trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. She can't understand you. I mean, as far as you know. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore. What? How? Shut up.
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph? Ah!
Oop, whoa.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes. The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
Wait. Ah. Ah!
Your
sorry, that was a
Excellency,
bee.
are you all right?
I killed him. As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. It's pretty hot, so I will hereafter refer to it as the fire emblem. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! Sorry, I saw a spider. The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn.
Are completely unconnected. I'm going to jail.
They are exactly the same shape.
Ryunosuke, you genius!
You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. No!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well, Piff is now playing Clicker Heroes.
Hell yeah.
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaga?
He was already dead. I can't imagine how I would have missed something like that, yes.
But
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And though it is not a particularly large burn, it is extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? I cannot. Guilty. Well then, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. Wow.
Inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. Disappointing, really. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
Oh, was it post-mortem?
Yeah.
I
that's
think
what I was-
so.
You're a detective, not a waiter!
Oh, did they, like, move his body to the other side so it looked like he was eating?
Maybe. There you have it! Something isn't right here! As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it.
That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day.
Shit, okay, I think there's a weekend at Bernie's situation going on here. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, are you seeing this shit? Without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? You're Kazuma.
I'm sorry, my screen froze.
Yeah,
Mine froze right at Ryunosuke.
Okay, let me... Whoa. Uh-oh. Discord is pooping. Give me a minute. Task manager. I think I gotta close this shit. Discord, please. Thank you. And that task. Am I back? No.
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't see any visual.
I didn't have it yet because I disconnected.
There we go.
Alright, got it.
Yeah, I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think...
I don't! Can't really be true. I've never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe
The professor was mute.
we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Why the fuck did they serve it like that? That's clearly impossible.
Bro, that's what they served me at Denny's when we went. It sucked.
I've been to a Japanese restaurant and I've gotten a plate like that. It's actually very cool.
No, it's quite hot, actually.
I knew you'd say it!
Violent shaking.
What if the professor was a total badass?
Apart from in one person. Oh no,
He
and now
fucking-
he's dead.
Bursts down the door to the courtroom. That's right, I'm not even dead. He's just got the steaming hot plate in his mouth and he's chewing it.
That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
I'm guilty. Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Aram, just so you're aware, the first second and a half of your lines are getting eaten. We can't hear them at all.
Order, order, order. Please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. It says so in the court record.
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency!
Have I played... What does that say? Have I saved it all this case? Yeah, at the save point.
This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, words. The court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible!
I certainly didn't anticipate this course of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
Oh, Judge is a badass!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Apparently, we're around the halfway point of this case.
Really?
How?
What was that smile?
If that's the case, I figure it's gonna go into the deals of like what was going on at the restaurant.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Yeah. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
I imagine what she's going for is like, there's more like the, well, of course I do, with the italics.
Well, I think what they're going for, she's speaking more with a...
Yeah, she's speaking in English, but, you know, it doesn't really read here, so...
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the...
Boy, is it not.
That is just false.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh,
Yo, what
I'm
the
like this,
fuck?
am I?
Oh, you're
My
an
goodness.
accurate British person.
Oh boy.
Hold on a moment, my kitty cat would like to join me.
It's a good time. I'm gonna order dinner then. Real quick.
And watch me sweat for a few minutes.
Oh, time for some sexy ouchie.
Time for some ouchie sweat.
Ooh, don't like that at all. Okay.
Look at it drip down my coat.
Drip, drap, droop. Ouchie, sweat, go.
Go, ouchie sweat.
I'm back.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome back.
I'm ordering food very quickly.
Oh, I see.
Ooh,
You know
what
what?
are you
In that
getting?
case, I'm actually gonna go and pester Amy. Amy, if you're listening, we should find food. BRB.
Yeah, you don't. Okay, I was gonna say you don't have time to BRB. I'm done. But
Easy.
Fine, never mind then.
I don't get to eat. Place your delivery. There you go. Making sure it loads. Okay. Yep. Great. Awesome. You got a hamburger.
But it seems that the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
What a bitch.
Wow.
Oh,
Yes, Amy, I want
well,
that. Same thing we got last time.
are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
If I must.
So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryanosuke.
Sumi Matsai is playing Final Fantasy XIV.
Good choice.
Mine.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I bend, my kitty cat is in the way of the text box, and I cannot read. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Kisses for you. Goodbye. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
How sad Hosonaga is.
Mm-hmm.
Most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history.
Gosh, you sure all are just stupid motherfuckers.
Cuts to him writing down a note on paper. Racist bitch. Easy does it.
I hope that it is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Though, forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Wow.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is ultimately irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Ta-ta. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Ms. Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in the trial. Your
This really will be!
Your third final cross-examination. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately.
People in chat,
Is that clear?
you may have noticed this student. He don't miss.
Is it possible that they overdosed him with anesthesia for the...
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
And he's on the medical team, so I think she was actually one of the people who did it.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Okay.
British, a little
does
bit
work.
racist.
A little bit. Waiter brought my steak. The person and I raised our glasses and toast. I'm gonna really quick. I'm gonna look at what I got.
Yeah, take a look at the report.
So are you trying to play this guide free, at least for now?
I mean, if it's good, then yeah.
That's fair.
Okay. I mean, he does have a gunshot here. Whether or not he was actually poisoned, he did get shot at some point.
Yes.
Unless it's the carbonation cork popping through.
Hold on, while you figure that out, I'm gonna go do a thing.
Classic Civ, hold on. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body.
Fatal hemorrhage from a bullet.
Blood
from
loss from
a
getting shot.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like a head hemorrhage.
Okay.
Bum, bum. Bum, bum.
Alright. I don't think there's anything in there yet. I'm just looking around.
It's just fucking around.
Just fucking around and finding out.
Why is Hosonaga even standing there now? Just standing there
He
like...
fell asleep.
No, he's dead. TV got him.
He has entered his vampiric death sleep.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. Am I right, people? It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put the head...
Sorry. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make the burn like that.
And if the victim burnt his wrist on the pot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Ah!
I don't think we have the evidence for that yet.
Leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body, unless it's drowning, which is very interesting.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
Kind of fucking that up right now, bro.
Huh. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life.
I have returned. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh, no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes. Evidence.
I know what that is. Like, I think you're right that he was probably, like, poisoned or killed with anesthetic at the dentist. What does it say on that card?
I shot him with his own tooth.
I think this would count.
So maybe he ended up eating something after
I'm
all.
gonna try this. I've got
with
health.
the anesthetic, and then
No, all right, that's wrong.
Choked.
Let's see.
Shut up.
The only thing odd is your shit.
Got him.
Hand over your stool sample.
Never.
No spoilers in chat. I'll kill you.
No, yeah.
You
please.
will die.
And then I'll burn your body on a steak skillet.
Actually, yeah, she may have poisoned his glass, because otherwise, why did she take the glass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was an empty glass on the table still. So
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Oh.
Exactly.
Oh,
Which
we've
means
got
no one
this,
would-
do we?
Oh, do not cough on me.
It doesn't even occur to you that to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene.
I can't do
I'm-
anything.
Oh, thunder rumbling.
Is this a game mechanic?
Yes.
Yeah, that means there's a contradiction. He has noticed a contradiction.
All right,
about
I'm
something she
just
said.
gonna skip this until it gives me the information where it's like, did you notice that you can talk to him?
Hold on, my cat's doing something. Ow.
Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba.
ah,
Aaron, you played the Phoenix Wright or I always call it that because it starts with a P. You played the Professor Layton crossover, didn't you? That was
Yeah.
introduced in that game.
Oh, I played it like 5
Oh.
years ago though, and I don't remember much about the mechanics of it.
Ah, you don't remember the 11-person testimony?
I remember
It was
that
ridiculous.
happened. I didn't remember that they had this specific multi-person schmangabang.
How do I do this? Okay.
yes, there it is again. The floating air bubble.
Oh my god.
Listen to his thoughts.
Or he's just dying. I don't know. It could be one of two things.
It's time to cut that
Oh.
thought bubble open and spill out its secrets.
Oh, did he drink the water? He drank the
Oh,
poison?
I hope not.
Oh shit.
Come on, game. I get it.
Wait.
Yes. Okay. Wow. That like had like a whole 30 seconds where I couldn't do anything there. All right.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. I read that as derpy. Derpy. Whoops. Who cares?
Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had said.
If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this? People can't say words. It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
Oh, thunder and lightning.
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes, not to mention something that I skipped.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes.
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
No. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak.
The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved with flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I drank all the victim's blood, and I keep coughing it up. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh, God, oh, shit. A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there.
Take this, for example. It's a barrel.
This is the barrel of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it.
Cannot say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
This just... Shu Takumi is just like, God, I fucking hate LaCroix. I'm gonna write an entire case where it's a murder weapon.
Miss Brett.
Once again, I'm gonna... Okay. Yeah, I can investigate it. Goodbye.
Oh.
There goes Civ.
Oh, it might be power.
Oh, I'm him. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know.
It says, "Dear Park, that's good water."
That's a bottle. Okay.
Oh, that's a ball.
So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Oh, no,
For another,
you're right.
it's clearly poisoned.
Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water? There's a fishy.
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I'm thirsty. Dies. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Huh?
Okay. Yeah, so anything else?
Seems...
Doesn't look like there's anything
That seems
else.
conclusive. Can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle that you drank from on that day?
Yes, it was.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
No.
Oh, well,
that was me.
I actually thought that was
I don't
you.
know why I started.
All right.
British. Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Does she think he's ugly?
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. For the law. I get it.
Is that Civ?
Yeah, it's mute Civ right now.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. LaCroix.
Okay.
Hello.
What?
Hi.
Well, because the bottle is French, this isn't a bottle of poison, it's a bottle of poisson.
And he's got a deadly fish allergy.
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Oh, I love that the inspector is like, oh my goodness.
That's scary.
Great Scott!
Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
He says poison in cursive. She goes, Order, order, order.
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have done it. Detective Dick Gumshoe!
What? How?
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the faintest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Civ?
Uh-oh.
So-
This is some horror movie storm. Bye again forever. All right.
Oh no.
I assume he's been knocked out, and it's doing the Discord thing where you're a ghost for a while.
Ahem. If I may.
I will say, oh shit!
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
My bones are broken. I
am a fermented woman.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
Sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of its bottle and its contents, which is why the poison is on the rim of the glass.
What did you find?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison or of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
I tested it by drinking it, naturally, says someone in chat. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
Oh,
No! She's very short.
I'm very... Oh, hello. I wonder if Civ is back for real. Civ,
Still muted.
I'm going to keep going, and if you are here, feel free to take over for her. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
I'm done for. I'm just a little boy.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh,
No,
no.
it's the great ace attorney. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense.
How do you want
You
to
have-
die?
Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this time?
Cosima.
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
She is small.
She's just like a mechanical doll or something. No, Hosonoga's really tall too.
Oh,
I hope
hi.
that's Hosonaga. Oh, I was hoping that was Hosonaga's voice.
Please, wait.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato oh god, I hate my dad's name. Susato, daughter of that guy with the long name, judicial assistant to the defense.
Mikatoba. In my dark... What? Okay. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I don't know what that...
like a bolt of lightning, taking out Civ's internet.
No.
No, it is fucking nuts right now. It literally, there was a lightning strike as you read that line, so I was like, ah!
Yeah, we could hear it.
All right. Last leg. All right, I'm gonna pee again.
Yeah, I'm also gonna do that.
Everybody pees.
The great attorney that this game is actually about is Miss Brett. You'll play as her for the rest of the game.
God, that would be fucking wild.
What a twist.
What a twist. Baba, 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 baba. Oh, Goblin Pink, it's 1:30 a.m. Where are you? I'm so sorry, it's so early.
It's like Britain.
That's gotta be Britain, yeah. Oh boy. Well, thanks for sticking around so early. I hope you don't have to do anything tomorrow.
Yeah.
2:30. What are you do? What the heck are
What are y'all doing?
So many people from across the pond.
Get some sleep.
6:30. What?
Well,
8:30?
on 6:30 might be like not in the AM. Otherwise, that's like, God, that's like China or like Pakistan or something.
I'm very amused by seeing all these times, quite honestly.
Yeah.
4:30 a.m. Oh my God.
All right. I went to grab my phone and I noticed that outside I was like, oh, it's crow feeding time. And I was like, oh, I don't see them anywhere. So I like walked outside and they were like right above my head, perched directly above me. I was like, oh, hello, fellas.
Hey, bro. You got some
All
food? Hey, bro. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m.
Is Civ here?
No, not yet. Yes. It's such a small complaint. I wish the gavel had more oomph to the sound effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should just get the sound effect that they
From
used
Dark Deity.
Dark Deity, yeah.
Yeah.
Austin.
Ah. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense because you said so, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
Aram.
Ha!
Oh, he went.
A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more unless I do.
7 minutes.
But, Your Excellency, she has
This
a
will be
vagina!
This
I
will
am most grateful.
certainly this will certainly be the final 5 minutes.
5 minutes. That's how long you have until this planet explodes, monkey.
5 minutes. That's all the time I have to play with you.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The English woman?
Oh shit.
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper.
Thanks.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So,
that's
does
you.
this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? No.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Sorry.
I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not.
Special characteristics of
Curare.
Oh my god, Curar?
Curar and its effects on human subjects. Interesting.
Curare. What is that? I've never heard that word before. What is that? It sounds scary.
Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail.
Curare.
Curare.
Okay.
Says someone in chat.
I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
Sorry, I have a feeling we're gonna be saying it a lot. I'm gonna look it up.
Fair enough.
Oh, it's poison.
Yes.
Curare.
Curare, yeah.
Curare. Okay.
You know, like it's a Final Fantasy spell.
Sure.
Fatalium.
Goodbye then, and good luck.
Whoa, she's like a ghost.
You've had long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
This really will be the final testimony.
Austin, you might want to restart your connection. You're chopping something fierce.
Alright, I'm actually probably gonna skidoo anyway.
Alright, bye.
So, yep.
Bye,
Have a good
buddy.
one.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance.
Yes, this will be the final testimony. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Will, you want to be this guy?
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... No. It's not so very...
I didn't skip that. That just went.
Okay.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it as many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
By the way, I'm
My
speaking
apologies.
English.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
How could you possibly get this wrong?
My badge!
Okay. I'm just looking in case it's
Yeah.
again gonna fuck me. Oof, rough.
Yikes.
That's bad. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at UMay University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison?
That was the way making the sandwich. Bomb back.
Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the Slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
What is that?
What complete and utter nonsense!
Ooh, my food's here. Ooh.
Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. I know everything!
Aaron loses his fucking mind.
I wish I had a burger. Actually, I got some brats in the fridge. Maybe I'll heat those up as a little snack once we find a nice break. A little snack. I'll tell you what, I didn't get them this time, but I got bacon and cheddar brats before. Oh my god.
That was
Will,
funny.
did you end up getting that fucking barbecue brisket baked potato nonsense?
I tell you what, I didn't. It was so good. You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist. Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Tell me! Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
Order! Order! Order!
Order!
Council. Order! Howdy, howdy, howdy. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist?
No!
According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery!
Sad.
To start with, it's sad! If the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would surely have noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Bro, he couldn't scream when he fucking burned himself. That sucks.
That's fucked. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis.
Naruhodo just like, what is he fucking talking about? I can't read any of this shit.
In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all.
How terrible.
Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed.
But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. Holy fuck!
Just sitting on a 90 fucking degrees Celsius pan the whole time.
How do you...
Jesus.
How do you know that they're conscious?
Fuck, man! That's... Whoa, holy shit!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be in living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. God damn, really?
Shit.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these oh fuck!
Shut up! It is you who must be taught.
Of course. Dear lady.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them.
Why? A British person would never go somewhere else and steal things,
Absolutely
claiming
not.
them for themselves.
Ooh, I hate this.
She's awful.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
You've been to the
Whatever
British
do you
Museum
mean?
recently?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it!
More
Well, then I guess
Trumpism!
it's true.
The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I board Kitty Cat, please? You're being quite loud.
Well, yes, I don't see, why
Shut
not.
What do you mean you don't see why not?
It doesn't work if ingested.
I mean, she put it on the glass, so it doesn't matter, but like, why would you ever hand the suspect what could possibly be a bottle of poison?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Britain's an island!
You're from an island!
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of all of it now. It's time for the games to end. Sip, sip, darling. Cheers!
Oh, you're not gonna make him drink it. I hope she instantly dies.
That
Wait,
would be quite a flex.
What are you doing?
On my terms. A gentlewoman chooses. A slave obeys.
God.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Oh, you mean it turned into drinkable water?
That was hot.
Finally, my woman drinking water fetish.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned.
A woman not filter feeding?
She's immune!
No curare.
So, no
bottle-
head, no curare? Damn it!
God damn it! Just throws it on the ground. The bottle was queen. Was queen. It's the queen. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind.
Ugh.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Just still calling him fucking waiter. Just-
Yes, Miss Brett.
I'm just checking something.
I should like to I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she
It was in the cup, boys.
swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade. will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
I appreciate that Kazuma is like, he's like mentoring you, but he doesn't just like wisely have all the answers and I'll never give you any help.
Son of an awful joke.
I hope your police force learns how to orient themselves soon.
And the crowd goes.
Great joke to leave the room on.
You're leaving now?
That's so he can run away.
My God.
Ba-ba-da-da-ba. I have no affiliation
with Jello.
Ba-ba-da-da-da.
Well, it looks like the worst of the storm is over now.
Hey! Oh, and to answer your question earlier, Aram, yes, I did enjoy hickory smoked barbecue, pulled pork, stuffed baked potatoes.
Oh, there couldn't have been any poison. I'm getting my Grubhub stuff.
Wow.
There can't have been, otherwise she would be dead. She would be a dead body. The poison was in the fireplace. Come on, Ryunosuke.
Well, the poison was in the ink.
Yes.
I mean,
The ink or the oil?
it has to contain no poison, right?
It was the glass.
Yeah. That wasn't me thinking. It was me going, did I read that line already? No. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle.
What? Why, Ryunosuke?
Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world.
Oh, is that what this color's supposed to represent? Oh, that's wrong?
Wow.
What?
No. I was gonna say
okay,
that's...
yeah, no, I really thought it was, she put the poison in
It
the
is.
glass.
I think we're a step ahead.
Great.
The culprit did! No, he did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated. Check the evidence, you piece of shit. Game, what?
Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle
gonna-
can
Is it
contain
just in the
poison.
steak?
What? What?
That's right. We try to complicate your argument, I think.
Yeah, I'm mostly skipping this. What? What?
Okay, so I guess we have to show evidence here. That's a little tricksy.
Little tricksy roughhouse. It's this, right? It's the glass in her bag.
Yeah, I guess.
That's... Read what?
Are you using like a gentle walkthrough that's like giving
No, I'm
hints?
just looking at I'm looking at chat and they're all yelling at me.
Oh.
And we got fucked earlier because
Read
like
the report, they said. Oh, does it leave? Occur when the poison enters the body through... Go back. Enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. But the idea is that it wasn't on him from, like, drinking it.
It's still getting in the body, though.
No, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. It needs to be through a wound. Because it's a poison versus a toxin. Toxins and poisons.
Okay. The witness was I really feel like it should be the glass, but okay.
Oh! He went to the dentist. He still had open wounds in his mouth.
Oh.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. Okay. I guess that's supposed to be a misdirect. Why would you take the fucking glass then? No? We're not reading. What? We are reading now, Aram. Please go.
Oh, sorry, I was distracted looking at chat. This episode happened, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court.
Hang on, they're gonna ask me what fucking page it's on. It's 2, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I hate it when they do that and they don't let you look at it.
Amy, the food's here.
Oh, I don't know what the names are. Route of entry. Okay, that's not one
Special
of the
characteristics.
Options. Thank you.
It's special characteristics. I read that for you because I figured that was what they were talking about.
We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something.
Curious, you
Counsel?
can say.
Ryogo Narita's curarara. But,
Ugh.
well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting.
So we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? You can Ainu it and cut out the wound.
Yes, good point.
I too read Golden Kamui.
Huh?
Surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But, man, there's a hamburger in my face right now. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. Blah, blah, blah. Through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense.
Yeah. The reason I was thrown off by that is because earlier we got the thing right, but we didn't, like, investigate it and update its own description, even though you could read on the evidence that it already said what it needed. So I thought it was, like, I assumed it was doing that again. And I think that was actually an issue within the translation, because it wouldn't have had that caption in the original Japanese. Oh. Nom, 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 nom. That's all weird. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
So?
You meddling a little. Oh, this is also French. You meddling little
Oh,
rapscallion!
well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Really? Me? Everything that's a 3D model needs to be investigated. We did investigate it. I just didn't click on the text. All right, lawyer?
Well, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how
Shut up! So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
I'm racist.
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? I mean, aren't you, though?
Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastrous sutras?
I don't know. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers. What?
Okay. So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely, even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
I'm a shot.
Elfin lied opening plays.
Oh, wow, there's a throwback.
Yeah. What is this welling up inside me? Judge, may I see the gun as evidence?
I see no reason to say no to that.
I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like.
Oh, he's gonna say it.
And more important than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Objection!
Yeah!
That was really weak from the voice actor.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You
She
know,
looks so fucking silly with that thing held out.
you know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. I really have to burp, but now's a bad time for it. Objection!
Cosima's just patting him on the back. There you go, big guy. Let it out.
You know, it has nothing to do with anything. They really put a lot of work into that soldier with the baby for not using that at all, didn't they?
Yeah.
You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, unlike Jello with his terrible hell mouth, drinking it is completely
Girl's
harmless.
lucky she don't chew on her lips.
Yes.
What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound see something. If you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Oh!
Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day.
So that's it. You used the knowledge to orchestrate this.
Wouldn't it be amazing if this was all her setup? And then she was just like, enjoy that poison, doctor. Oh, I have actually invented a cure for it. Shoots him.
That would...
Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Swoop. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip.
You can't do that! You're going to jail!
Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
I mean, it's still right there. Like... No!
No, once a glass bottle breaks, the glass can never be examined again.
It's an English woman, she smashed it. Oh my goodness, oh gosh. What a blunder, guys.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once. Oh God, if you get a cut from the glass and try to scoop it.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet there was a gift from the British Empire.
Got special poison-sucking powers.
It's made of evil sponge. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could You won't get away with this! Oh, okay.
But I already have. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not.
You...
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, you're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right. I'm just having myself a little snack. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
No! You killed the victim that day using curare! And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Wouldn't it be amazing if the judge was just like, she obviously committed the murder?
Look at this, what?
It's just like, not guilty. Very clearly.
Even though I don't particularly like the last case of Apollo Justice, I think it is cool that they, for once in the series, are like, yep, we concede we can't prove the bad guy did it. So we're getting a jury of reasonable people to say who probably did it.
It's pretty great because the bad guy's like, I've done everything perfectly, you can't beat me. And like, we're just like, oh well, you're guilty anyway. What? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke.
Yes?
We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it.
What? What do you mean?
We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
In your head.
You told me You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on.
Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell.
He was stanky.
That's right, she farted. Her farts contained the deadly poison.
Guilty. Every color.
Every color.
Whoa, it's because old people see in black and white.
Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be
No.
Actually,
No,
Kazuma,
guilty.
I think I might have something. If the judge, if you'll allow me, just walks over and decks her and breaks her fucking nose.
Everyone cheers.
Yay! Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue.
You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke?
So I gotta say, there's a very important difference between having an actual murderer do bullshit and use the, like, failures of the law system to taunt you as a player and get away with shit, which is kind of the point of the original Ace Attorney games, that's very different from just walking around and having other prosecutors go, "No!" in the investigations game, which is
I am 100% on board with what's been going on. Like, the blatantly breaking evidence is ridiculous, but I guess their excuse is that this is a newer justice system, so they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Come on, then! Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence.
All right, I can't wait. I'll kill her. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. That's don't use that word.
That word, it's a bad, nope.
Whatever it is, could be the key to arriving the truth.
He's just foaming at the mouth.
It's here somewhere. The clue that shows you Dr. Wilson's killer must have been the speckled band.
It's the fork. Get the fork.
Oh my god, did she seriously stab him in the hand or something?
I don't know. I mean, you would think it would be this. I mean, if it's not this and that's like a misdirect, I'm kind of impressed and I deserve to lose health.
The flower.
No. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. I am just floored at what is happening. So is the bottle. Yes? What is it? Oh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for...
Is it the blood from his mouth?
Maybe. You strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wondered, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Wait a minute! Where are you going with... Oh!
What are you doing with this little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
Memory.
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, there was a spattering of blood.
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. There's no way that it couldn't happen.
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett.
I beg your pardon?
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously to the accused? Fuck him! Hold
it! We're collectively losing it. Hold it! Oh. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector? You mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you have been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! I really like this guy. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it!
Oh no, I've dropped the plate!
Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately.
Yes, sir!
It's fucking metal plate, and she's just like, oh, can I see that for a minute? Wang, 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 wang.
Oh, who could say? Wang, wang, wang. What happened to this? Wang, wang, wang. Piece of evidence. Sorry for the delay. Oh, the steak's still on it. Ugh. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? No, it was cooked
There
meat.
isn't.
It was cooked well, actually.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood man! Show the court!
Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Oh, it's not bad. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know. I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was
But that
right.
steak has no bites out of it.
Yeah. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. You really fucked around with this crime scene, huh, lady?
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
I'd like to point out that I am reading the game as written. Please do not take this out of context.
I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
You know, I gotta say, I kind of like that she's just completely fucking terrible turn of the century, like, British racist. I think that's accurate.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at the courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Okay. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my own imagination? This is it now. I've lost.
Ryunosuke,
It's okay, I'm still sexy.
it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what.
I had to get this line in so you can flash back to it after I'm murdered.
Yeah. Believe in myself? Really?
Sounds like a lot of work.
Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself.
As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way.
Your Honor, they said a slur!
Not problematic in any way, unlike the witness.
I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection?
That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Nah.
It's the shape of Texas.
Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking okay.
Wouldn't you think
The
that'd
only
be
thing
like
that's
moldy by
shocking
now?
here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brent, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence.
Oh, posh.
I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beef?
Can you flip it?
Oh, good, I can't look at my shit. I can flip it.
I mean, it's the fact that there's bites on it.
Yeah,
right?
I wanted to make sure. I think it's that the bites are different, but examine.
That's the fucking coin!
Huh? What in the world is this?
I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe.
No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what is it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban?
Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable.
Huh. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban.
I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion before
Yeah, no, that's cute. And I don't think you ever will again.
The localizers were fucking high-fiving themselves over that one.
Yeah!
This is extraordinary, though. This means... Whoa, where is this new clue? Well, it'd be pretty stupid not to click this.
Oh, red mole, what could it be?
There's only one logical... Got it!
Good gracious, that's...
A Koban?
What on earth?
A Hoe era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant in the day in question, isn't it? That thing has to stink.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the okay.
Shut up! It's a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now.
He's right. It can't be a coincidence.
That's why I love you. I mean,
they just start making out violently on the desk.
Laugh like this.
Your Excellency.
Yes, Counsel?
Did you like my pun? A rare Hoe
Yes.
Koban. They start making out. A rare Hoe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Because you'll be in prison.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here. So what do you guys think? Are we gonna get to see her eyes and her breakdown or no?
She's just got 2 extra mouths.
At this point, I think not, actually.
I agree. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to.
That baby.
Oh, where did he go?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique stealer and the owner of Rosite, Curio Correctasan.
Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Oh, yes, the old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
I thought that said the military scapegoat.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin at exactly the moment the gun was fired.
I'm an old man.
And this Hoe era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
No, please! Why would Correctasan's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes, you're right. I'm guilty, which is why I'm asking you to bring back to the witness stand so we can question.
Officer! Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. But sir, they're in their really fast car. Oh, what?
I know it's just the word collector. I'm trying not to say it as collect. I'm trying to like give it a shred of credibility as a name. can't believe.
Oh.
I can't believe we've come back around to that pair
It's
again.
such an easy name, though, guys. It's Korekuta.
But I have a hunch. It's hard to say fast because there's so many hard consonants. That if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. It's pretty
This
unreal.
really will be the last
Aram,
element.
shut up.
Even though this is a long case, I've enjoyed this the entire way.
Yeah, it's good. Austin stepped out, and I don't really want to be this guy. Does anyone else want to take him?
I'll do it. I'll be both the old man. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido?
I don't
Look at
know.
how happy he is.
I don't know, sir. It's
Baby,
still
laugh.
one of the best Ace Attorney pun names I've ever heard.
When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were. Like miserable dog wolves, we were. Burned but a false witness, we were. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Kurekata-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification.
Oh.
As for...
No one! Sorry, my dentures are falling out.
The baby's like, you seeing this shit?
You stabbed me! It's fuck!
Oh my god! Oh no!
That's it! The one! The very one! The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day!
It can't be.
As I thought.
Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery!
It's him.
Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwich! Soaking! Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Ah! Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Me.
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course.
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga.
Baba booey. That's all.
You're free to go.
Thank you. I was never on trial. Thank you.
What? Oh, I wasn't listening.
Oh, guilty.
Who? Everyone, get out.
I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
The steak smuggling ring! Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau.
Wicked crimes indeed.
He was on a stakeout. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? No. Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. And, never mind. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief.
So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems.
I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korekuta... Oh, God. Thought I could get through that with ice in my mouth. I was wrong. The identity of the person who stole and hid Korekuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What?
What?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Tell us, who was the despicable
I was hoping it would be the
scoundrel
baby, frankly. It was Susato Mikotoba. Well, there's really only two options.
I mean, I feel like it...
I don't know who any of the other people here are. Who's Mr. Omniverse guy?
Oh, that's our, like, mentor dude.
Okay.
Kind of, yeah.
I think it is supposed to be Wilson, because he was supposed to be, like, selling things to, like, wealthy Englishmen and stuff, I think? Maybe. I don't know. I wanted to be the baby, too, but...
I really want it to be the baby, but I don't think it's the baby.
I mean, it's either gotta be... It's probably not What's-Her-Face, because she reacted with disgust and confusion at seeing the coin, and it seemed genuine. I think it's gotta be that guy or the soldier. I don't know who the soldier even is.
Yes. Seems like a... Nope.
No, come on, Ryunosuke.
I have no idea. I guess I'd have to think about it. Oh, I thought I'd have the coin in my inventory, but I don't. Okay. Not much to... Could approach the table with notice. Okay. Oh, I can't save scum. Hee. The waiter, maybe? But, like, why would the waiter have stolen the coin if he was there to... whatever.
Because he was a dirty cop.
I mean, maybe we're gonna get the third of I take everything from the crime, but he didn't take it from the scene. Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, people are saying records is saving.
Where? Oh. Oh, duh. I was just looking at the side. Okay.
To-da!
What's the deal with the soldier? Would he have a reason to?
He's just a soldier. He was in talks with this guy, and this guy was like, yeah, he couldn't have bought it. I didn't really have anyone else to try and sell it to that day. He was the only other person in the restaurant.
Well,
you know what?
I mean, he knew it was there then.
It was mentioned earlier that he brought out steaks to Dr. Wilson and the sergeant.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Well,
what does that
So
imply?
probably Nosa. Because he's a sergeant.
Okay, I don't understand, but I'll do this.
Why does he sound Irish?
I think it's just because they're all British. Obviously, it can only be you. It's the baby. It's the baby. All right, Sergeant Yesanosa.
All right, that's me. What? How? How dare you? You monster!
Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Laurel Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido's the mastermind behind all this.
See, that would have been my first pick, but the baby wasn't an option.
Right?
You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! Oh my god.
Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. I hate horse RP.
Another victim.
Hey!
This isn't a baby.
It's a bomb!
Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
What?
Now he's got a Waluigi stash, or a Wario stash.
Get out of here. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe?
Getting political 100 years late?
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
Yes, we have almost nothing. They don't even care about us. But if we can find the Ainu gold, then maybe.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
I don't know if there were quite enough hints to just make me pick this guy out of the lineup. I think that's kind of
literally because he's the only one who has been relevant, but not for a reason.
Yeah, like outside of meta reasons, I don't think there. And like me going, I mean, it's the baby is my thought, but like,
I mean, I think I wasn't here for the early on investigation and whatnot, but to my understanding, it has been mentioned before that he's like flat broke, like he has no money. He has ordered the steak, so there's a couple of things that connect to it, but like not outwardly blatant.
They were at the same. I guess I was more thinking like, oh, it's this recurring master thief. I'm like, what? He's just some dude, though. All right, whatever. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant?
The place was heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly unbelievable.
And your target that day was the old man and his koban.
Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Oh.
Oop, sorry. Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too, so I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, under the steak. Slipped it in the steak, hoping that it'd be able...
Someone in chat, just accept that you can miss things. You clearly missed the save menu option. That's true. Typically you're able to like thumb through old shit and it's mentioned somewhere. I mean, we're like 4.5 hours into this case, and this guy showed up at like 1 hour and 20 minutes, and it was mentioned in one sentence. I don't know. I think they could have thrown one more reminder somewhere. Probably her. Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Of course, dear lady, of course, how rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
YMCA.
May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency?
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it?
Well...
Yeah.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Oh, whoops.
Oh,
yep, she's fine.
Yeah, she's fine. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
If there's any other evidence you want to break on the way out, please feel free.
Okay, snaps the cop's neck.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. Good luck, everyone, and good day. Ooh, don't trip on that.
I guess the idea we're leading to is that like someone swapped the steaks and the coin.
Yeah, it's 2 different steak plates.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm always like thinking of how I would have structured. Typically, you get like the irrelevant secondary crime shit as the act 1 of a case. You know, it's very weird to bring those 2 clowns in and then do like 2.5 hours of case and bring them back, and then like it wasn't even really a breakdown. It was just who do you think it is? It's him. And then he has his breakdown and one thing is like, anyway, moving on. It's like, okay, did you all right. Oh, no, sorry. Something about her parting words there got me thinking. Oh, shit, is that Dawn M. Bennett? Dawn M. Bennett, you're in the server if you want to pop in. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Verizon Wireless, raising the bar. Oh.
Oh.
Wait! Miss Brett! I love you!
What?
What is it now?
I'm afraid. Just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
All right, Payne, we know you're here
New
to...
suited off.
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Yes, I'm right.
Fork and
What she
knife.
said there exposed an undeniable contradiction.
I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If
The
Miss
fork and
Brett's
knife are on
words,
the table.
if Miss Brett's words were truly contradictory, okay. The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred.
What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table.
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on.
More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Oh, fuck, he's on to me.
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? It smells. It's 3 days old.
Oh, it's because it's got the huge fucking bite marks in it.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Unnatural. Ass. Bitch.
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Noticed what exactly, Counsel?
Two animals were eating this.
I don't know. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Yeah!
Aram?
Of course she did.
Sorry, Aram.
Sorry, I just got a text.
Shit or get off the pot. Then take a good look at this steak, and in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks here. Oh, wow.
Oh! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something.
So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
What is your actual point? Oh,
shut up!
Oh,
Yeah.
whatever you say, dear.
Simp. I kind of wish they'd cut back on the Payne dialogue at this point. He's very superfluous.
As I said, I really must be going now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shut up! I've heard enough. Toodaloo!
Yeah.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Is your gander in a dander geese? Clearly, the witness knows what this means.
Oh,
It's
well.
fucking
Did someone call for dander gansel?
She's
By
realized.
the way, here comes your swan song, lady.
Oh. Yeah.
I've had this revelation waiting in the wings for a while now. She's realized
Hey.
the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this?
No. Guilty.
Yes. Now at last it's come together. This webbed.
It's really. This really will be.
Oh shit! I just got soy sauce all over my hand.
Oh. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel.
Was there something in the steak you needed to eat?
Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Me.
Shut up! Conclusive evidence! How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
This really will be the conclusive evidence.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. I'm leaving. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
Brought before the court yet. But just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. This trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? Welcome to Ace Attorney, me!
I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Are they talking about this guy's second steak or the glass?
Okay, so, well, he brought in the steak that he thought was... Wait, did he say he took all the steaks? I think he did.
Yeah, and he grabbed the wrong one.
The baby!
So somehow he got Angry Steak Eater's plate switched with the actual guy's plate, which should have the blood. But then how would he not be like, oh, one of these has a blood stain? That seems like the relevant one.
It's the whole steak thing is stupid, and I would have cut it. But I think it's this guy.
Take
that! Okay. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosanaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? He looks genuinely hurt.
It's been trying to get out of you this whole time.
Oh no, that's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks.
Yes?
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Koreta-kun's fuck. I'm never gonna get it.
So close.
Koreta-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course.
Oh,
Civ.
Oh.
Bye, Civ.
I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. Like, I just feel like this would have come up. Like, he would have just been like, that's my steak, obviously.
That makes no sense. The table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it.
Oh, right, she's not here.
To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest... He just dies. You did switch the plates?
Will, you mind taking this guy? I can't do another character.
Well, after it happened, ow! Bang! Ow! When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin under it.
Why?
But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. If we decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders.
I didn't... Okay.
Why would you even switch it then? Why would he even...
Why? It was
why would you
already
just
in
take
your
it?
pocket, man. All right.
Yeah. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Yeah, why wouldn't you just keep the coin? With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table.
Oh, right. You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
So yes, he died.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, prosecutor-son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes, guilty. So if Sergeant knows, if he'd switched the stakes, it means he took Miss Brett's stake and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
You guys, you could have just said he switched. This could have been 2 lines of dialogue. Yes?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that... Yes, we know. We get it. Stake. Yeah, you took both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court. So, okay, we could have just started here. I could have said he's got the stake and we could have been here.
Yeah, this feels like really odd padding to toss in. They could have easily just been like, here are 2 stakes.
Yeah. Like, this case is... The bones of this case are good. It just... I think they needed to shave off about an hour. It's a lot better than the Knightley case in the last game, which just was, like, literally pointless from, like, the second half onwards. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. Okay.
Shut up! What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. Objection! It can't have the slightest... I didn't catch that.
That's fine.
No! You're not wriggling your way out of this time!
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Blood. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Watson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest.
I believe the defendant's memory. And now we have the evidence to prove it! The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett! Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate. And other words.
Someone in chat referenced an infamous thing you have to do in Danganronpa 2. On the meat bone. Meat bone on the bone on meat.
Sorry for keeping you. It's insane that I didn't just look at both of these and see
be
the
like,
blood.
oh, there's a blood stain. This seems
it's
relevant.
It's the trick is like this seems like a nitpick, but it isn't, because there's this writing where like once you can imagine the scenario writer like seeing the bullet points of then they prove this, which proves this and does this. And like sometimes I think they zoom in too far and forget that like literally any reasonable person would have noticed something and would have just like said something. Even shit like, yeah, you have the steak, right? He has the steak. Yes, I have the steak. I'll go get it. Like that would be it. And like I think it accumulates. It snowballs.
I think the biggest problem here is that this is evidence that's like so obvious in the fact like there's fucking blood on it. Yeah. How do you not notice that?
I would love if he brings it back and he's like, oh, yeah, sorry, that's mine. I coughed on it. Oh, well, very well then. Guilty.
Now, this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows the moment when he was shout, and he was facing the table with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo to have done it.
It can't be.
Oops. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is.
Ugh.
That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you!
Oh, done. By a Japanese.
Oh
Me.
boy.
By a Japanese schoolboy. No. No. No!
Well, that happened.
All right, that's very funny.
I love that. Yes! Yes!
These are mine now.
There was a roof.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
The schoolboy shot him.
It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As
But
you
can you
surmised.
prove where I bought it? Not really. Guilty.
As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in the water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave him immediately. However, that fucking baby!
Such a bad plan. Like, if anyone else in the restaurant noticed you, which they did, you would have been implicated.
Not to mention, I'm assuming this was something that came up early in the trial before we knew anything, but not to mention, if her plan was to make it look like he was dining alone, it was very easy for anyone to check, oh, he had just been to the dentist. He wouldn't have dined at all, let alone alone. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
No, the angel of death.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor.
You know, I'm surprised she didn't stuff a piece of steak in his mouth to make it look like he choked to death. Me too, bro.
Meant that I lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan in the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Oh, hot!
Okay, so I was right. There were two guns. The old two boats twist. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how English sounds to Japanese people. Yeah. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang.
Girl, I really think you overthought this plan. You could have just given him curare anywhere. I don't know why you chose a restaurant. That was insane.
I also don't get why she shot, because wouldn't everyone look to where the gunshot was and see this woman?
I guess she was like, I gotta pin it on someone, but like that was because he saw me there at the table. It's very silly plan. Even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
I'm the waiter. Obviously, I assume Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
Inspector, you didn't notice that the body was turned 180 degrees, honey.
And was left sitting facing away from a table. You know how people sit in a restaurant?
Eating food?
Yeah, eating the food that was behind him.
What?
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. The positioning of people in this scene too makes no sense, honestly, when you think about it more.
Yeah, like I didn't hate playing this case, but like the longer I think about it, the dumber it gets, and not in like a fun, stupid Ace Attorney spectacle way. Like I'm the kind of person who, I don't like this case, but I like the stupidity of the circus case's actual way it was done, even though it's literally like, I can't believe this is how this murder happened. This is the dumbest murder I've ever heard. Because this one was, like, a lot of Ace Attorney murders aren't premeditated, they just kind of happen, and then it's like clownery to cover it. This one was premeditated in like the worst way.
Well, so it's premeditated, but there was a snafu, but like, she like took extra steps that didn't need to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
What is the motive? I don't know, she hasn't said.
Your Excellency?
Yes?
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
Maybe over a drink?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
No, you're really racist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrid woman. Ah.
Peace sign toward the camera.
Is she going to be innocent? Maybe. You know what would be very funny is if she came back as a juror later in the game.
God.
It would seem.
Oh, okay.
This trial's done. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
Jesus Christ!
This can't be. Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Oh, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I curse your descendants. Curse you, sages. Curse you, Zelda. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
I guess don't make jokes.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new.
Slashes him in half.
It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Dude! Good thing fucking Naruhodo ran away.
He knew.
A 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to Naruhodo clan.
Damn.
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system.
I hope we don't have a fucked up statistic like 99% of convicts get a guilty verdict for bullshit reasons.
Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology.
Oh no, it is.
After all,
It has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here.
Okay.
Cool. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asagi. Kazuma Asagi. There we go. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
Kill the president. The
Yes,
president
sir.
of England.
From Britain, yeah.
I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Oh, yes?
in you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Who wants to get some steak?
Not
Steak. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty.
The Sakura players. Okay. People in chat say this is the worst case out of both of these games, so that's encouraging.
This court is now adjourned. Oh my goodness. Bam, bam.
Ding ding.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it.
I finally kissed Kazuma.
I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial, and Kazuma and I are holding hands, and nothing will go wrong.
Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off.
My
Congratulations.
shirt. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank
My
you, Kazuma.
dick.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget.
Probably the old man.
Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Hello!
How do you like my impression of my father? Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do it.
Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate.
Your father? Oh, yes, of course. You were just doing an impression of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember.
Forgive me for intruding on your...
Speaking of Mikotoba,
Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order.
second girl appears.
Not a
How do you
hold.
like my impression of my daughter?
It's really funny.
Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
I like that they couldn't get 4 different old men for those portraits.
No, it's the judges. It's the lineage.
Ah, all right.
Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend. Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Mikotoba studied overseas with himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson.
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together?
I've never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asagi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I'll learn all I can.
In the 3 months before I'm murdered.
I swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan.
Are you gonna be a ghost?
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, whose blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah, yes, her.
Beheading.
It's not easy to tell you this, but...
What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all.
She will be leaving Japan in the very near future, for Shanghai.
What?
He's going to Zhengfa.
Shanghai? That's actually a good point, Civ. Zhengfa was absolutely supposed to be China.
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? I don't know. Probably it's a matter of it's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh my god. We've been going for 5 hours. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. What's all this about consular jurisdiction?
All this about extraterritorial rights?
Oh, no. We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's going to bring her to justice?
The Punisher.
A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right.
Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Can't they? Fuck.
Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan?
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously.
But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves.
Okay, so she's
due to be murdered in probably the 4th case or something.
Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it.
Beep, beep. Here comes the change mobile. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Who wants some of this lovely sparkling water?
Oh, but Professor...
You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having fun.
Can I come with you? In that case, might I suggest La Carnival?
Dude.
No, man!
You don't even actually work there. You can't do that.
I'm never going back to that restaurant ever again. It's free? Well, maybe. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink.
He didn't say anything about free, he just said he could provide it.
You're a detective, Hosonaga-san. Aren't you?
Oh, yes, a detective. Let's not worry about details for now.
To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Ooh.
Odd.
I'm anemic.
Yeah.
God, that's funny. I didn't remember that joke at all.
Of course, Le Carnival's food is second to none.
I won't be allowed inside being a woman.
I shall go ahead and attend to the paperwork for him. No, yeah, I'm not going.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Goodbye.
Well, so, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma.
Yes, Ryunosuke?
I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work.
Your skills, okay.
I'm not so sure about that.
Huh?
To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial.
You should kiss Naruhodo. You should kiss Naruhodo.
I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
What? Come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. Yeah, so I guess she sure just picked up that glass for no reason. It was just a misdirect, I suppose. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point?
Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win?
A lobster.
Well, yes and yes.
Knowledge of the law?
No. The ability to believe.
To believe? To believe what?
A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Right. Sorry, I'm like reading chat a little bit. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it.
I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person.
Huh. Believing in your client.
Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me.
Well,
You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, and you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me.
Thanks, Kazuma.
There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me.
Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? It didn't seem like you were having a moment. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go.
Thank you. We'll be right there.
No, let's go.
Let's pick up this conversation
rip.
again later. Yeah, he's
Rip.
Fucking rip.
We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory.
And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget.
Ah, yes, that too.
I can't wait to be alive.
It's weird. Like, I'm looking at the script. I guess I really do go to Great Britain. I don't see my name in here anymore.
So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotaba, some lady who acted as my assistant.
For one scene.
And
That guy?
me! Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. I mean, he was alright.
He did stuff. He fucked up the stakes, though.
I mean, he did take both stakes. Like, he got him. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize.
You would ask me the following day. It's still alive.
The end. Just how much it would change my life.
He asked me if he could borrow my pencil.
That's a short game.
And he never asked me to make out. Bummer. Alright, that was long. We will not be doing any more cases in one sitting.
Oh, God, no. Boogada, boogada.
Oh, no!
No! You motherfucker.
Of all of the fucking ones, damn it.
I can hear Amy say no from the other room, too.
What's the speckled band thing?
Isn't that the mystery? Ugh.
Oh, they're all like references to Sherlock Holmes stories, I'm assuming.
Oh my
We'll find out.
All right, I don't think there's anyone I can raid. Oh, game's done quick. Go. They're charity. I don't know if they exist right now. Thank you, more people than ever, for coming out. We're gonna be doing this on Fridays. I don't know who's gonna be here each time, but
Holy shit.
yeah.
I just saw that you had 1,200 viewers.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. You're like a real Twitch streamer.
No, don't say that. I don't want to do that. All right. Raid game's done quick. Oh, look at that. I can actually, like, throw a sizable number of people. All right.
Well.
Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
And now
See
I will
now.
not forget
I kind of like,
turn off my
this place